failed you.
So hey guys, warm welcome. Armin van Buuren here. Welcome to my studio. And can you hear me? I think they can hear me. Big shout out to everybody currently in my Discord. I'm reading along with you. So there's a few things that are new. First of all, I'm wearing glasses. And second, I thought it would be cool to show you what I'm doing here. Every year I try to make the State of Trance year mix, which is, I don't know, a silly idea that I started in 2004 to cram more than 100 tracks in less than 2 hours, sort of giving an oversight of what's happening in the year of trance music. So it's really a trance dedicated mix that I do every year. And it's always a bit of a work. It usually takes me 2 full weeks of studio time plus a lot of preparation. This is what it looks like so far. If you can see my screen, I'm using Ableton Live, the last version of it. And I developed a little routine of how to make these year mixes. And I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions about how I'm doing the mix. I'm going to be live for quite a while. I'm actually going to be live for the next 4 hours. So you can watch how I'm actually doing the mix and how I'm compiling the mix. If you have any questions, make sure to drop them in my Discord. Go to my Discord and then hop into the live stream chat. I'm reading along with all the chats right now. Big shout out to everybody watching on Twitch as well. Big shout out to the fans on YouTube. And I'll be explaining little things about what I'm doing while making the mix. Currently, I'm at, let's say, 46 minutes into the mix, and I've already been spending 5 days in this studio. I usually finish about 5 to 10 minutes of the mix each day, and I have to deliver the master on Friday, so I still have a lot of work to do. So what I'm actually doing is making the year mix. The year mix will be broadcasted as well as part of A State of Trance, the last official episode, and will be released. I think this is the 19th edition of the year mix, and I always spend a lot of time on it. So all the tracks that I use are actually cleared. I ask for permission to use the masters. So there's a lot of masters, of course, from Armada, but there's also a lot of masters from other labels. So we actually ask for permission to use the rights. What makes my job a lot easier is the fact that many colleagues send the stems of the mixes, so the separate acapellas, the separate kicks and drums. So I'm actually deconstructing a lot of the tracks, so I can actually make and combine all those elements and make the year mix. So it's a lot of work. I enjoy it, although it does take a lot of my time. But I really enjoy listening to all the big tracks of the year. So right now, I'll show you a little bit how I normally work. In the Ableton session, this is a comp track, so I just use that to import tracks. These are the audio files. I only use 5 audio tracks. Why? I don't particularly put like a new track per track, because this gives me a better opportunity to see what I'm actually doing. I know a lot of you out there would probably make a new track for every new song that you import. I don't do that because for the sake of overview. And here's a few effect tracks. So here are all the acapellas. They run through a chain, and there's some effects and reverb going on, but I try to minimize the use of the number of tracks just to keep an oversight for myself. So let's go into some questions. If you have any questions during the mixing, just let me know. Yeah, we have a slider cam going on. How much computer storage is needed for all the components of the mix? So actually not that much. I'm working on the new Mac M1, and I have the SSD. I think it's the 8 terabyte one. This is actually my studio one, my laptop that I take on the road, and also the one I use in my studio. So yeah. All right, so yeah, let me continue the mix. Right now I'm at 7 minutes into the mix. I'm in G minor, and I'm so thankful to Gareth for sending me the parts of his wonderful song with Robbie Womble. So here you can see that this is the actual track. But he also sent me the acapella. And now I'm at the point in a mix where I feel that his bass line is great, but I actually want a section where I just have the drums going and not the bass line. So I'm going to import the percussions as well. And I'm going to import, oh, wait, he's rendered them at a higher bit rate. So I'm just using iTunes to convert his tracks. I want these elements, so I'm going to convert these to 44.1, which is the current rate I'm working on. There we go. And I'll be importing those here. Right. Ooh, these are running terribly out of sync. Why is that? Okay. There you go. Okay. I just want the kick and the bump it up. So I've got the breakdown of this track I absolutely love by Rubik and Quartier Organ, and but it's just a breakdown, and I don't want the beat to stop for the year mix. So I took the kick of Gareth's track, and that's actually continuing. And here's a track from Ferry Corson called With Morgan Page. That's actually the percussion of that. I've extended it, so the mix seems seamless that way. It's kind of the year mix style. So at this particular time, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 tracks running at the same time. It's the loop from a Purple Haze track. It's the hi-hats from Gareth's track. And it's a loop from Ferry's track. It's of course the Rubik, which is the main melody. And there's the kick from Gareth's track. And here you hear that reverb, which is actually the last bit of Gareth's track, with a lot of reverb on it, so to smooth out the transition. And I took the acapella from Gareth's track as well, which is the last bit right before the transition. So. Now we can make this transition a little nicer by, for example, doubling the kicks here. And then maybe reversing this one. Reverse clip. So I'm using fades. Here we go. And this one could use, actually, I think it could use a cymbal to smooth out this transition a little bit. Just really soft, not too loud. That works. Let me see. Just wondering if you have any more techno-style bangers like Computers Take Over the World. Maybe. I don't know yet. I'm taking your questions on my Discord. Yeah, I'm working on a lot of stuff actually. So when the year mix is finished, I'm going back into the studio. Yeah, a lot of exciting tracks. So I don't know if there's a follow-up for Computers Take Over the World, but that would be nice. If the track stems are not available or not giving to Armin, how is a track broken down into stems? Or does Ableton do that as well? Good question. No, actually not. There is, I get the stems of almost half of the tracks of the year mixes that I request. And if it doesn't, sometimes I don't need it. Sometimes I just use the extra track. There's usually elements in the beginning and the ending of the extended version of a track. So I use a lot of loops and stuff, and that's actually the easiest. Sometimes I want the a cappella from a song, and it wasn't given to me. And in that case, there's many websites that actually give you stems. That's actually new. It's the first time this year I'm actually using the stems, generated by an AI. I'll show you in a bit as well. So I'm now at 48 minutes in the mix. What's really important is the planning. I'm using Rekordbox. Here are all my, here's the mix so far. I'm at track 49 in the year mix. And yeah, I'm just in G minor right now. And I'm trying to think what track I'm gonna do next. Because I still have a few tracks that I want to include. It's always a little difficult before we go into the uplifting stuff, because the BPM of the mix, goes up gradually during the mix. I'm actually getting to the fun part now, where all the uplifting tracks come in. The beginning is always a little slower, so it really takes you on a journey, the mix. So for me, there's always a build and a review phase. So I'm actually building the mix right now, making the transitions. And as you can see, only 1 minute of audio takes me at least an hour just to make sure all the effects are right and stuff. And I'm just carefully looking at the playlist to see what track I'm going to pick next to use. So I'm in G minor now. I could go into D minor. Yeah, let me think. So many great tracks. I mean, it's it's really fighting, because I know I only have I only have space for about 105 songs, and right now I've selected 143. So that means you're killing 40 tracks, which I actually don't like to do because there's so much good stuff. And it's always really hard. It's like making a DJ set. You can't always play every song you want, but it's a really hard one. So we're in this track. We could go into D minor right now, but from D minor, I can go to wait. See, here's a little trick I'm using. I really like this track by Lurum. I want to include it in the mix. Perhaps it fits after the 130 D minor. Because if I speed up C sharp minor 124 to 130, it's actually half a key. So that should bring me to D minor. Let's just try. So first, let me import this one. So I'm using this track to sort of getting the rundown of a track. What for me are the highlights of this track? Here's actually a good example. This is a great track, and it's here's a spoiler alert. This track is doing well in the standings so far for the Tune of the Year voting. Every year I ask you guys to vote for your favorite tracks, and a lot of people do. And I can have a look at the standings so far, and I decide my choices for the year mix on that list. Also on my personal preference, of course, but most of the tracks are actually in the top 100 of the standings so far. The voting is still open, but it gives you a quick rundown of what you guys actually like or think are the biggest trance tracks of the year. And this track was actually, I think, in the top 60 or something. Now, I've requested the acapella, but hey, I don't know. They were probably too busy, or they didn't want to give the acapella, which happens a lot. So I'm actually using this website, which is mvsep.com. Absolutely love that one. And I'm just dropping the track in here because I think it would be cool to have the acapella from here. And this one does the magic. I'm actually using this one, this algorithm. We want WAV. I'm not a robot. And I'm going to separate this track. So this is usually where I get coffee. Can anybody make me coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Would Need You Now be in the year mix at all? No, because it's not from this year. Let me see. Since David Guetta is releasing an album next year, will I finally see you two collaborate? I'd love to collaborate, but I guess he's too busy. I've asked him about it, and yeah, we've been sending each other tracks back and forth, but so far it hasn't happened. So, beautiful track by Azel, but is not trance. That's your opinion. Where do you get the excellent storytelling ideas from? Let's start the year mix series. Oh, thank you. I always choose a theme. Here's a spoiler alert. I've actually asked Roland Clark to do the intro this year for the year mix, and I'm really, really excited about him. And we talked about it. Talked about situation in the world. Try to shed some positivity, and the storytelling this year I think is really beautiful. So. Does it take more time because you were explaining to us? Yeah, a little bit, but I actually enjoy it because normally I'm in this room for 2 weeks, just sitting here by myself. And I thought, after 20 years doing this year mix, I thought I might as well share this with you guys. So the mix gets done now. After I'm actually done with the mix, it gets sent to mastering. Arjan Rietvink in the Netherlands, great guy. He always helps me with mastering. He has some fresh ears. But before I sent the stems of the year mix to him, I actually road tested. I listened to the mix like at least 4 or 5 times in its entirety. And then I, tweak. And there's so many edits in the mix. Usually I end up with something like 3,000-4,000 clips. And it's just a lot. What artist would not give Armin their a cappella? Yeah. Hey, man, you're right. I need more acapellas. Hey Armin, can I use Magic Music Maker to make that kind of music? Why not? It's not about the kitchen. It's about the chef. I keep saying this. I don't care if you use FL Studio, Pro Tools, you know, the coolest rig out there. It really doesn't matter. It's all about what's in your head and if you can make it sound cool, you know. The stuff you can do now with a laptop of just a few $100 and some plugins is, I mean, imagine if Mozart would have had a laptop, a modern day laptop, you know. So how does this work in music voice separation? So I've just asked this website, mvsep.com, to separate this this track for me, and this is what he's done. I've just played you the track. What I want is I want the drums, I want the vocals, and an alternative take on the vocals. Let's see. What is really important when you do a mix like this is that you're really well organized. So a lot of time actually I spend to get most of the wavs and the stems, of course, are working in an organized way. So now I'm actually making a new folder in my stems section and writing down that I've used MVSep to separate the stems. I would never use this for a release, but for a year mix, I think it's okay. You know, I'd rather have the original stems, which makes it sound better. But let me see. Here I am. So I got the stems, and then I put it in the year mix stems. So here we go. They just gave me the stems. Let's see which vocal processing I like. Dankjewel. Sounds good. Now I line it up with the original track so I can see what I'm actually doing. And you see there's a lot of artifacts going on. But it did a job. So let's get the original length of the file here. Make sure the track starts at 1. Now I want to line up the original track with the vocals so I know what section I'm in. It makes my job easier. So let's first see if what I have actually makes sense and if it sounds good. All right, who said this wasn't trance? For me, this has trance with a capital T written all over it. So yeah, this is D minor. It should go over G minor. They're in the same chord, so let's try if this, see if this works. If it doesn't, then bad luck for me. So I paste the a cappella here, and first let's see if it works. And that happens all the time. Abel starts buffering. I don't know what that is, but it buffers the audio. I don't know. It's doing all kinds of things in the background, and it's annoying. But it means coffee time. And they love my glasses. Thank you. I don't like them, but I need them. So, yeah, so Ableton, I don't know what Ableton's doing, but maybe it's having a bathroom break, I don't know. But I have to wait. So I usually, when Ableton starts buffering, I usually save it, and I use this number. So this is the 31st time I actually saved the entire project. So let's see if this works. Woo! So now I've combined a track from Rubik, which is in G minor, with a D minor track, and I'm lucky with the melody of the vocal because it actually just fits. So I have the a cappella from one track going over Rubik. So this is a mashup that you actually don't hear anywhere else except for in the year mix. So this is what makes the year mix special for me, that you get all these combinations that you wouldn't get anywhere else. And that's where we can have the original track. Okay, looks like the BPM is going up. It sounds a little bit off. Ooh, that's off. Now I'm fixing all the levels. I have to give a shout out to my buddy Benno, who I produce with a lot in the studio here. He made this VLM loudness meter, which you normally use in software, which gives me the average loudness. And what I try to do when I deliver the mix to Arjan, I try to have an average loudness of minus 18 LUFS. That's a little bit nerd talk, I know, but so it gives the master a lot of space to actually play with the levels and play with the mastering. And it has a lot of room to still EQ. So I'm trying to stay out of the reds, obviously. So every track, most of the tracks are mastered, unfortunately, but yeah, I try to keep everything at a minus 17. So if you see this little gauge there, you see that I'm trying to uphold like a minus 18, 19, minus 17. So when it goes into mastering, he has a lot of headroom to make it even sound greater. Oh, great. Ableton has decided to go on another toilet break. And don't worry, I've fixed my buffer size and everything, but sometimes it's just... When will the full tracklist be released? Well, I'm actually making the mix as we speak. So when it's done, and when we've cleared all the rights with everybody, when we made sure that everybody's happy, because, you know, these tracks are all owned by labels, you know, and we have to respect the rights. So unfortunately, I can't use every track that I want to use in the year mix. That has to do with licensing. It's very unfortunate, but still, I dare to say that 80% of the tracks that we request actually get approved. So thank you, big thank you to all the labels that help us out, because we have to respect the rights, guys. So all the tracks are cleared, so we can only announce the track list if everybody's happy and all the paperwork is signed. So that's important. So let me jump forward into the questions. Hey Armin, I got an interesting question. When layering tracks with vocal acapellas, do you leave the stereo image intact? I mean, don't you have to reduce some of the sides of the vocals which you want to mix with the next drop track? Which sometimes I hear drop tracks in your year mixes with the vocals of another track. That's why I'm asking you if you tweak the stereo image as well. I actually don't. I have a what I have here is a vocal chain. This is the vocal chain that I'm using in the year mix, which is a little delay, little reverb that I play with and I automate. And I use the LFO tool. Thank you so much for that. That I automate as well to give space in the mix, you know, for when the kick comes in. But actually, I usually leave the stereo image untouched. And if it really sounds not good, I export it, I tweak the stereo image, and I import it back into Ableton. So just so I have audio. So I'm trying to keep my workflow. Do you need a powerful PC or Mac to do this? Maybe minimize the buffering. No, I think with the current, I mean, I'm using the M1 right now. For me, it is stable. I don't know. They did something with the update on Ableton. In the background, there's some buffering going on. Usually, if you just wait for a minute, it sorts everything out. But there's already a lot of clips in this mix. I mean, look, this is my painting so far. And it gets worse. The only downside is that the further I am in the mix, it takes longer to save. So, how often do you take the year mix? Well, I do the year mix once a year. That's why it's a year mix. Except for last year, then I did two. I did one for ASOT 1000, which I'm really proud of. How do you progress through the journey in a way that builds the intensity and keeps the journey moving, other than BPM? I don't mind BPM so much. I mean, in general, I'd like to start around 128 and end up at 138, but it's not set in stone, you know. I look at an order of tracks. You know, if you listen to a mix that's 2 hours, it's got to have some sort of a flow, have some sort of a journey, you know, slower bits, faster bits, and all that sort of stuff. Do you use pseudo beat overlay for smoothing transition? Yeah. How many tracks of the year mix did you play in your live sets? I would say more than half, for sure. ASOT 11 celebration mix next year? No. What watch are you wearing? It's Armin with a Garmin. Very simple. Means computer's out of memory, probably saving into the drive. Yes. What about releases in November and December? There's a lot of releases coming up. Actually, on the radio show, I'm going to be announcing the State of Trance Anthem, which is not going to be called 1100. It's going to be called the 2023 Anthem. Why is Gunshot, Bogdan Vix not on the list? Well, it either means it was either in last year's year mix, or it wasn't in the top 100 of the standings so far for the Tune of the Year voting. Will you make a collab with Chicane? I did. We worked on Offshore this year, and it's actually in the year mix. Will you release the next ASOT theme? December 5th. There you go. I really want to release a collaboration with Martin Garrix. Is it possible to do this? Actually, I sent him something. Here's a little scoop. So, Martin, come back to me. He really liked it. So, yeah, hopefully. Will computers take over the world, make it into the year mix? Good question. See, for me, the mix and the flow of the mix is more important than the tracks. So if it means that a really, really big track doesn't fit the flow of the mix, then sorry, I won't include it. But usually I end up squeezing it in somewhere. So let me continue with the mix right now. So I see that my levels, I have to fix the levels here, guys, because I'm way too loud. Good. I'm happy with this. I'm not 100% happy yet, but you know, I'm in my build phase. I'm going to build it, and then there's a review phase after I listened to it in my car. It's so strange. Like I listen here in my studio, and then I go for a run, or I go for a little drive. I listen to the 10 minutes I just mixed, and I'm like, oh, that needs fixing, that needs fixing, that needs fixing. So it's not perfect yet, but I'm happy with the transition so far. And yeah, it works for me right now. Cool. So we go on with the track selection. I really like this one by Orion. I already included an Orion track earlier in the mix. It is in D minor as well, but you know, there's 143 tracks I need to include. So, and I know this one wasn't high in the standings so far, so I may not include it. I haven't decided yet. But then you can actually see that the track list of the mix is really, you know, I haven't made it up beforehand. It really goes. Yeah, same goes for the track I did with Simon Ward. So, you know, even my track with Simon Ward, Hey, I Miss You, probably won't be in the year mix because it doesn't fit. So there you go. Now Lurum is in C sharp minor, so it should fit the D. I'm not really sure if the vibe of this track fits the EDM sound of that one Rave Culture track, but we'll see. Sometimes you'll be surprised. Beautiful track. I really love this one. They should. They stole their synth from Artbat, I think. They want them back. They just got a phone call. No, I'm kidding. Yay, love it. So we go from a EDM track. I mean, this mix proves you why the whole debate about what is trance and what is future rave tech, no melodic. I mean, every time Beatport puts up another category, I'm lost for what is what, you know. For me, both these tracks are trance. Okay, end of discussion. For me, again, if you guys have a different opinion, that's fine. But I mean, I love this EMKR track, and I also love the Lurum track. And if I fit it into my set, you know, who cares what it is? If it's good music, it's good music. Could be cool to have that a cappella going again here. no section in here that I can use, so... So in the mix so far, I've already included 4 above and beyond tracks. I'm only allowed to use 5, so I have to choose. And we can go for the one with Marty Longstaff. I absolutely love that one. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can make this work. So we go from C sharp minor to G sharp minor. I don't know if I can make this work, but we'll see. Oh, it's actually major, I think. So there's 2 things we can try. Either... me see. Do I have that Lou Room a cappella? I do. They gave me the acapellas. Thank you. That sample, Space is Infinity, I think that's so nice. It would be nice if that runs through the Above and Beyond track as well. So thank you, Lou Room. Thank you guys for sending me the stems. You guys are amazing. And here we have
Singularity, existence, eccentricity, space is infinity.
Love it. Yep.
Singularity, existence.
Okay, so maybe this sounds better if I put it here. Nice. I like that. And I'm so glad that that track is in because I absolutely love it. So we went from C sharp minor to G sharp minor. That means I can't use that one. And we can go to the Lone Ranger, I think. Or so if you've just joined us, very warm welcome from my studio here in the beautiful hometown of Leiden. This is where all the magic is made. And I'm working on the State of Trance Year Mix 2022, which is due for release on the end of December. No, I think we'll drop it earlier in December, actually. And I already need to finish it because, you know, we need to master it, upload it, and everything to make it available. And of course, it will be broadcasted for you guys to enjoy, including a special video mix. I'm actually working on the mix right now, and I'm 50 minutes into the mix, so it still means I have an hour and 10 minutes to go. And yeah, I'm showing you all the bits and bobs. So let me see some questions. Hello, Elvira. What's up? I'm taking questions in my Discord. I'm just I've set up a Discord, and we have a live stream chat. Could we please see anywhere in Europe before ASOD Utrecht? Well, you know, I would love to play somewhere in Utrecht, but I actually want to finish a lot of music. So, can you share some stories about your old year mixes? Like, what's the difference in the production process? Cool question. Well, obviously, Ableton has been updated. I remember I did the very first year mix, I think, in the 3rd or 4th version of Ableton, and now it's at 11, I think. So now it's a lot easier, I would say. It's more quick, and you can include more. But basically, the process is still the same. You know, I started these year mixes as a gift to all the listeners of the radio show. Trust me, financially, it's not the best decision. But I just love doing these mixes. You know, big shout out to the Jedi Master Ben Liebrand, who, you know, I was a big fan of his grand mixes. I still am. He still does them, and they're still amazing. And he actually showed me Ableton, I think the very first version. And I was like, what? Is this possible? I actually produce normally in Logic, but I love Ableton too. So, you know, for me, I'm not an Ableton freak per se. I love everything. And this computer is packed with way too many plugins. And you don't actually need them. You know, you only need a few. Is the cover of the year mix ready? We're working on that as well. Let me see. I actually have a picture, I think. Let me go to the Dropbox. State of Trance year mix. Artwork. So the artwork idea is this. It's the earth cut in half with the wires in between. Can you see that? So this is actually the artwork idea. So this is not the finished cover yet, but I think it's cool. And the guy, Vincent, big shout out to him, and Sander are actually finalizing that. And it's going to be really cool. And it fits the theme of the previous year mixes. So op mijn scherm. Ja, dat kan ook. I'll show it to you. Artwork idea. This is the idea of the artwork right now. See, so the Earth is actually not filled with lava or magma. It's actually filled with wires. It's a joke, of course, but yeah, it would make a cool T-shirt, don't you think? Will your dance department show be broadcast in video format? When I do it live, yes, baby, but usually I can't because I'm always on the road. Can you introduce other people with you in the studio? I can, I guess. Kosijn from my social media team. Lisan, who's part of all the press. And Floris, who's actually who's doing all the video rendering right now. Any future collaborations with Above and Beyond? Yeah, we should do one. I should actually send a message to Pavo or Jono or Tony. But, you know, can somebody buy me more time? Let me see. Armin, tell Cas we said hi. Will there be video cuts of the year mix? Yes, I think we'll be doing a video mix, right? Yeah. Yep, we're doing another video mix. 2 very big questions from Tali Karis. I'm taking questions in my Discord, guys. If you're watching this live stream and you're on Discord, that's actually the only platform that I'm communicating on directly right now. Of course, I still love Instagram and Twitter, and I'll be posting on there, but my Discord is the best way to use right now. Do you plan on doing a back-to-back with Ruben or a collab with him? Yes, why not? I would love to do a track with Ruben. One day it will happen, I'm sure. I know that the tune of the year voted by all of us. Just wondering if you have voted yet. And what was your vote? I haven't voted yet. I'm still deciding. I think the Jewels, that's probably my favorite track. I'm not sure yet. That Lurum track I just played you, I absolutely love. There's so many great ones. But I'm still deciding. I'll let you know in the Christmas episode when we do the broadcast. Very nice hoodie. You look wonderful in it. It's so crazy. Thank you. I'm also a small trance DJ. No, you're not. You're just a big DJ as well. Love all your works. Thank you so much for all your kind words. Why are you using Ableton instead of Logic? Well, Ableton is just really great with tempo. You know, I guess you could do this in Logic, but I'm just fluent with this in Ableton. And like I said, I love Logic. That's what I make most of my music in. But yeah, Ableton is just easier for the year mixes. Actually, we used to do all the ASOT radio shows in Ableton. Will the mix include exclusive from Feel Again Part 3? Yes. Can you say something about Feel Again Part 3? It will include a lot of tracks that are still on this hard drive and are not finished yet. So when I'm finished with the year mix, I'll continue finishing Part 3. Any thoughts on the pajamas? Well, you guys caused quite a stir in the office because yeah, we're actually looking at making the ASOT pajamas because you guys wanted it. Have you voted for one of your own tracks for ASOT Tune of the Year before? No. Do you also make the year mix? Do you make it like this back in the first edition? Yes. I made the first edition of the year mix exactly the same way. Just an earlier version, of course. Have you ever played anywhere in Northern Ireland? Yes, I love Northern Ireland. What was it? Lush? Was it Lush in Portrush? I love that. Love that venue. Do you use any plugins on your master channel? No. Well, I have one, but it's not on. It's just a Pro L2 limiter that I just use for reference. I'm trying to stay away from using too many plugins, except EQ, of course. And of course, on the vocal chain, there's a big thing going on with compression and all. But no, this is basically the raw material. The less I use, you know, this is just coming from experience. Just usually makes it more easy. Will you make more meditation music? Maybe, but it's not my priority at the moment. Greetings from Norway. No question for me today. Just here to support my favorite artist. Shout out to Orion, my big friend from Norway. All right. So we're in G sharp. New Year, the Lone Ranger. I love that track. So we're gonna try to see if we can fit it in. It also means that we're. Let me see. I love this one too. So here's a little thing about the stretching. I'm trying to avoid using anything else but repitch, but for vocals, I guess it's okay. I'm just trying to use the algorithm that usually fits. So the track that has the low, I usually tend to stay away from using time stretching. For this particular track, you hear that the Above and Beyond track is 126. It's in the same key as the New Year track. Just the New Year track is 2 BPMs higher, so you can hear it slightly off. So let's see if this makes it sound... Makes it sound a bit better, yeah. Now you can hear that there's 2 kicks running at the same time, so it makes the kick a bit loud. So that's why I'm using LFO tool. I mean, you can use many of those sequence plugins, but I tend to use this to get rid of a little bit of the top end of the kick. So I'm just going to turn this device off for the entire duration and just turn it on when that track comes in. Cool. Okay. I guess we're at track 54 of the year mix so far. Zullen we even pauze nemen? Okay, guys, I'm gonna take some more questions. Armin didn't vote for Tune of the Year. Not yet. I will. Don't worry. Very cool session. We missed the collab with Gaia. I'm working with Benno on some new Gaia stuff, so don't you worry, guys. Totally in love with your Cosmic Gate collab. Let me see. I'm gonna head out for some lunch, guys, but we'll stay online for a bit, and I'll be back in half an hour or so. Will there be a Moons of Jupiter Part 2? I'd love to do one, but I'm not gonna say yet. when are we come in France? You mean when am I come in France? Next year, hopefully. Are you going to be able to rest with this Christmas with your family? Yes, yes. Cool. So many messages. When will the lineup be announced for State of Trance 1100? We're still finalizing all the contracts, but it's pretty cool. I'm really happy with it, so it's gonna work. Yesterday you listened to 2021. Pretty cool. Moons of Jupiter Part 2. I don't know Part 2. Maybe something else. I'm just still thinking. Will there be a remix album? Not planned on any. How about a collab with Kygo? I'm down. It's all about the idea, right? What do you like to think of the surge of popularity of vinyl? I love it. Will you do a more classic set like the one played at ASOT Utrecht? Yes, on Friday. Plans for New Year's Eve? Dubai. Will you be playing in Tenerife? No, I would love to. What are you going to eat right now? I'm going to eat some sandwiches. So, guys, yeah, we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes if you guys are okay with that. Little coffee, little toilet break, some sandwiches, and we'll be right back. And for the Renegade Master. zeker. Hey guys, how are you? Just back from a lunch break, toilet break, and continuing back on the year mix 2022. If you've just tuned in, I'm making the year mix 2022 right now live in my studio, in my home studio. Something I'm always really excited to do. It'll be broadcasted, this mix, as part of the State of Trance right before the end of the year, and also released commercially. So all the tracks I'm using, I'm actually clearing, getting the rights from the owners. Almost halfway the mix. The track list is based on the votes of the standings so far. The voting is still open. Vote.thestateoftrance.com. Leave your 5 favorite tracks. I have that list. I'm not going to show you because that will ruin the surprise. And I'm mixing the mix. So this is how it looks so far. This is my painting. And there's a lot of labor of love in here. I always love doing these mixes because it really puts me into the music. And it's great to hear all those tracks from 2022. I think 2022 was another great year for trance music. There was a lot of hidden gems. And thank you so much for everybody that voted, because your vote actually means a lot, and I'm actually using that. Big shout out to everybody on my Discord. I'm chatting with you right now. Shout out to all the moderators on there. You guys do a great job. Let's take some questions. Will there be some new meditations on Insight Timer? Yes, but I need to buy some time. Will the year mix be on vinyl? Can you ask Cloud9, please? I really want the year mix on vinyl. Or what about cassette? I think a cassette of the year mix would be cool, right? Ask the people at Cloud9 who released the Dutch version of that. I really want it, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen. Will there be a collab with David Guetta? I already answered that. Not in the works at the moment, but who knows? Armin is Armin, not to be mixed up with A minor. Let me see. What other questions am I seeing here on how do you approach 2 tracks with matching keys but different BPM? I try to avoid that. Like I said before, I'm trying to use repitch as much as I can, simply because it has less artifacts. I like it in a mix when it's as smooth as possible and I'm not using a lot of time stretching. So I've done my homework. So right before I went into mixing this year mix, I carefully put everything into BPM and in key. This is the way I do it. Big shout out to everybody of a Mixed in Key Live. I think that's a great plugin. It's made by my boy Kashmir, who did a great job. It helps. There's an update actually. It helps a lot, but I think you have to find your own way. You know, I know a lot of you like to use the Camelot wheel. That's fine. I'm old school. I've used this way of measuring my BPMs and keys since 2004. And before that, I simply didn't hear from the Camelot wheel. So this is just the way I do it. I'm not saying it's the perfect way. I just enjoy doing it this way. So so I'm now at track 55 into the year mix. And I decide on the track list as we go. So I'm getting close to the uplifting section right now. So these are all the harder and more uplifting tracks, which is will be the second hour of the year mix. And as you can see, there's a lot of work actually goes into mixing the tracks. So on average, a track will be in the mix between 30 seconds or a minute. Hate or love these mixes, but they do give a little bit of an overview of the year. I like to listen to those mixes. Like I said before, shout out to Ben Liebrand, who always made the grand mixes. This is definitely inspired about that, but it's my interpretation of that, and I think it's great to have some sort of an overview. If you listen to previous year mixes, I hope it brings back memories of that particular year. Maybe you could let me know, shout out on people on my Discord right now, what's your favorite year mix so far? I know a lot of people like 2011, 2012, 2008. So yeah, cool. Are there any other Armin only world tours in the near future? Not planned, but could be. Have you ever considered an album lost tapes or mashups for your set? Yeah, the problem with mashups is that if we release them, we need to clear the rights with two parties, and that's usually a bit difficult. So that's why we have these year mixes. How hard was it to decide which tracks to choose from Giuseppe? I mean, all his tracks are amazing. Yeah, that is... I mean, the reality of the situation is that these are just 100 tracks, okay? And I'm not saying this mix is perfect. There's probably many more great trance tracks in this year, but it's, it gives some sort of an overview of 2022. If your favorite is not on there, I'm sorry. I simply can't include every track. I mean, 2 hours, as long as it may seem, simply not enough to include all the great music. So to answer your question about Giuseppe's track, there's two Giuseppe tracks in the mix right now. I've just used the ones that were highest in the standings of the year so far for the tune of the year. Do you clear there's not a real number one this year? I'm not sure. I think I've seen one that has a chance of coming tune of the year. My favorite, I think, is the Jules Vision. I love that track. How many days the mix will be ready? Well, hopefully Friday. I know Frank in the Armada office is waiting for me to finish this as soon as I can. So I'm gonna work really hard the next couple of days to finish the year mix. So because it needs to go to mastering, and that usually takes another week. So yeah. I see you play Golf Beach Party in Machinhos, but my dream is to have your autograph. Yeah, it would be great. Are there no phasing issues when you put the acapella on top of the original track? I'm not using two acapellas on one spot. I'm just lining them up. So I know where the section is, to have the one of the vocal actually on the right time. But I'm not phasing, I'm not playing it twice. How many hours are you working per day? Well, on the year mix, it's currently, I think it's definitely 10 hours, but I just want this baby to be finished. So if you guys don't mind me, I'm going to continue the mix. So going from D flat minor to D minor, which is possible because the previous track is 128 and I'm going to 135, so that's approximately a semitone. And again, I think Ben has given me, yes, Ben Gold, I love you. You've given me all the stems. Wow, can you believe it? When Ben Gold does a track, he actually has 135 channels. My God. It's great. And you see how much this guy puts into his songs. Rest of Our Lives is a track I want to include. It's so amazing. And yeah, he sent me all the stems. Wow. But the only one I need right now is the vocal dry. Oh my God, he has a whole thing going on. Vocal wet, ad-libs plus texture. These are just the ad-libs.
For you.
Okay, this is too much. There's no grouped stem. I mean, you know, some people just deliver their stems. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to save the year mix. And this takes a lot of time. Actually, I'm going to save it as version 33. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a new live set. A fresh one. Because Ben has decided to give me the stems, but then literally every stem that he's used for Rest of Our Lives, which is great. But it's not, I can't really import that into my session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have all his stems. I'm not sure if these are even the right, this looks like these are 96K files. I think they are. No, they're 44.1 actually. Okay, great. So I don't know what he's done, but I'm gonna add all these tracks into one session. And then I'm going to save this. Actually in stems, in golds. So all these files, they all have the same length. They're all 220 megabytes. So I'm going to wait until Ableton has done his job, and I'm going to line up all the acapellas. It's a bit tedious. Here we go. So they're all 135 BPM. I have to do this one by one. So if I all put them on bar one, 135, 135. See, you have to help Ableton a little bit. 4, 135. Yep. 135. 135. So he's printed every single stem, including his his effects, which is great. just a little bit of extra work. Yeah, 135. There we go. Now we should all have.
Driving down Sunset on top of the world. Feels like we finally made it home. Run to the ocean, the sun in our eyes. We come alive when we're alone. You can be my best kept secret that I don't wanna hide. I'll take you to the city of angels tonight. What I've learned about love is when you fall, you fly. And I'd fall 1,000 times before I'll say goodbye. As we stand here at these crossroads, is it the end of the line or the start of the rest of our lives?
What a beautiful song. Oh, I love it. Okay. So now we're going to render these. Now I have a wet a cappella. So this goes into the stems folder. Ben Gold. Where are you? Ben Gold. Rest of our life. Call it some. It's like some wet a cappella. 135, and it's in the key of D. So, get some coffee. Was everybody singing along, really? Yeah, it's such a great song. This has to be in the mix. Okay, so I've exported the a cappella. And here it is. See, now it's nice and summed. Now, save this one in case I want to go back or alter something or whatever. Now, opening the year mix again. This takes a lot of time. It's a lot of clips. Here we go. Now, here's the full track that Ben sent me. And here is the a cappella. Now, I'm lining them up. So I'm not going to play them at the same time. I just want to know if the a cappella and the actual track are starting at the same time. Ableton tries to make something out of this, but it goes horribly wrong sometimes. It says it's 145 BPM. Don't worry, we'll help you, Ableton. It's 135 and it's in the key of D minor. I know that. So now let's see if it's lined up. So I took a section of Giuseppe's song where there's not much going on, which is the outro. But actually, I think this could be a cool mashup if we have a little bit more going on. So I'm going to see if there's something in Giuseppe's track that actually sounds interesting with Ben's a cappella. That could go. Dope. So what if I grab this section from Giuseppe's track, and instead of going into the boring bit, I'm going to put that one. Let's see if that fits. Makes it more of a mashup. Yeah. So what if we just pick the... So that's when I wanted to transition to Ben's track. So what I need from Giuseppe's track is just the kick and because there's a little bit of a bass line here, and it's straight, and I don't want to use that. So I'm going to see if Giuseppe send me his kick and his fade away. If he send me his kick and his percussion, because then I can just have the percussion and the kick from Giuseppe going over Ben's track, and then I can smooth out that transition. So let me see what Giuseppe sent me. There's his kick. Yes, baby. There we go. Nice. Okay, so I have the kick and I have the percussion, and perhaps I want a little effects going on as well, like a nice cymbal crash or something. I'm going to move this here for a bit, and this is 128. 128. Okay. So move this to the start. That sounds like a good bit. And then maybe some effects. It looks like... Oh, here's the effects stem. So it could be cool to help the transitions of the track if I use a little bit of his effects. So once again, I think this track was 128. Yes, 128, and then going back to the start. This can be a little louder, maybe 5 dBs. I like that. So this is just percussion from the Giuseppe track that I want to use to smoothen out the transition to the Ben Gold track. So I'm just going to use this bit, really. Don't really need much else. So first we got to find a spot for the kick. This is a loop anyway, so shorten this. Kick can be a little bit louder. So now it doesn't sound smooth yet, but don't worry. That's the hi-hat. Keeps the groove going, but without the bass line, because I don't need the bass line. And like the snare fill, so I'm actually gonna do it different way. So there is not really a transition in the parts, but I've just created one by just doubling the, making it a trance. The BPM of the original track is 135. I'm at 129, so I'm carefully gonna up the tempo to 130 and then slowly going up. So we're now transitioning from the first hour, which is, on average between 125, 128 BPM to 138, obviously. So, but since everything is in repitch, I don't think most of you won't even hear the fact that the BPM is slightly going up in about a minute and a half. So let's listen to the transition now. Let's see what you guys think. So there we go. Another transition done. I hope you didn't fall asleep so far. Let me take some questions. Let me see. Oh, Ahmed Helmi's here. What's up, bro? I've just put your track in. C System's going to be on later for sure. I'm not at his key yet. Can Armin chat here with us? Well, I'm actually doing the mix, so I'm going to answer the questions in my Discord while I go. And I have my Discord open here, so I'm chatting with you on Discord right now. Your laptop crashed. Well, mine didn't. If any questions, guys, regarding the mix or my hair or my cat. Oh, maybe we should get Pepper in. Actually, Clap is in. Clap is in. It's in earlier in the section. Any plans to go back to God's Kitchen now it's reborn? I would love to. I have so many good memories about God's Kitchen. What percentage of your performance is accounted for by lasers, lights, and LED walls? I have no clue. I'm just focused on the music, man. What inserts do you use on a typical channel for these mixes? I don't use a lot of processing, seriously. The only processing I use is just Ableton's EQ3. That's it. I mean, look, LFO tool to give space for the kick to shine through. You know, if you mash up like multiple tracks, like at most times in this mix, there's at least 4 or 5 different tracks running. So if you have 4 or 5 kicks interfering with each other, it's going to sound, the tick's going to sound super loud because, you know, it's like 4 ticks. So that's why I'm using LFO tool. If it's in repitch, the key of the track doesn't change no matter what the BPM is used, right? No, of course it does, because the global tempo right now is 130 and Ben Gold's track is 135. So I have to take into account that Ben Gold's track is actually pitched lower. So it's actually not D minor. The original track is faster, but that's just because I'm in 130 BPM right now. It is what it is. Where's the coffee? You in London next year? Yes, London. I'm coming for you next year. Doing something special there in the park, I think. When do you come to Valencia? I don't know yet, man. Is the max BPM going to be 138 or 140? I don't know. Ask me again when the mix is done. I always end up, using some exciting ending. I also did a mix in the Wave of the Year mix and used Volume Shaper. Volume Shaper is a great tool, guys. I mean, again, what I'm doing here is not set in stone. If you have your own way of making a year mix, there's probably guys doing this way better than I do. I just love doing it this way, and it's I have fun doing it this way. But I'm sure that you guys can teach me a lot. So, what's the average BPM of the year mix? Well, let me show you the BPM, actually. See, this is what's happening with the BPM. And the reason why I'm doing this is because sometimes I have to go from, like I told you before, I'm using repitch most of the time. I try to avoid using beats or complex pro or tones if I can, especially on beat sections, because it doesn't sound very good to me. So that's why I'm using a lot of BPM changes, but they're so subtle that you probably won't even notice them. So that's it. Armin, when you come to Egypt, hopefully soon, nothing planned. Will you come to Untold next year? Hope so. Is the hardstyle mix by Dr. Funk of Superman coming out? Yes, I hope so. Just been releasing a little bit too much, and just have to find a proper time. What do you think of the rise of hardstyle kicks in electronic music? Love it. Why not? Will you make a collab with Nervo? I actually did. I worked with Nervo in the past on my tracks with Sophie Alice Baxter and Feel So Good with Nadia Ali. And I would love to work with them again. Why not? We all wanted you to win DJ Mag. It doesn't work out. What do you think? Why does it work out? And what do you need to finally win? I don't know. I guess I need to tour more, and my tracks need to be a little bit more successful. But I'm just super thankful, guys. 21 years in the top 5. What can I have nothing to complain. I'm just super thankful. Let me see. I take one more question. How are you feeling when you work on the ASOT year mix? Well, if I'm honest, it's a little tedious. Now that you guys are here, I'm actually really motivated to show what I'm doing. But, you know, if you're 2 weeks doing nothing else but this, but the result is always very rewarding, and it's great to see so much love for the year mix. And yeah, I think that makes it all worth it in the end. And I think, you know, listening back to this year mix in a couple of years from now will actually make me appreciate this year of trance music again. So, I mean, there's always a few tracks that you forget, right? There's always a few gems of songs that you're like, oh my God, I love that one. And then you just kind of forget about it. And that's what I love about Service for Dreamers in the radio show as well. It's just, yeah, it's a lot of fun to do. So let me continue working on the mix, guys. I love chatting, but no, I don't want to load my iTunes library. Get away! Okay. So we're at track 56. Let's see what track. I mean, there's another one of Ben that's apparently D minor, and it's 135 as well. I'm just going over my options here, what tracks I can choose. I could either go from D minor to G minor or to A minor. And there's a few Kieran McCauley tracks I love, I want to include. And they're all A minor. Or A major, actually, one. So it makes sense to put the Ben Gold track, Take Me Away, after the Ben Gold track that we just did, because it's 135D as well. So I'm going to import that. And it looks like Ableton takes a bathroom break again. It's buffering, probably auto-saving. That's usually a sign for me to save as well. See, I'm just clicking save. It takes a lot of time. So I'm saving all the time with numbers going higher. That's what we do when I work in Ableton, or when I work in Logic as well. Keep saving as higher numbers. In case you make a mistake, you can always go back to one of your previous arrangements and you still have everything. And I'm saving my year mix, the project file, in the cloud, in Dropbox. Just, you know, in case anything goes wrong, this laptop crashes, I still have it all in the cloud. So I don't want to... And then I have Time Machine running as well. So trust me, I lost a lot of really good tracks. Just, you know, not backing up my stuff. That actually, there was this guy here in my studio, and he said something really true. He said, "How much if you lose all your data? How much money would you pay me to get all your data back?" And I started to think, I would play if I lose all my data, all my tracks, all my music, all my DJ stuff, all my acapellas, all my projects. I would easily pay somebody like, I don't know, $100,000 more. And he said, well, you know, buy a good backup system for a few $1,000s, and you don't have to do that. So I lost so many songs, so many good songs, just because of problems with backup. So if I give you guys one tip, you know, the only thing you should really invest in is a password manager and enough hard drives. I actually use tapes here, but don't use just one backup. Always use 2 or 3. My wife always hates me going on about password managers and backups. But you'll be surprised how many DJs actually asked for their own stems back from me. from the year mix, from these year mixes. It's really funny how so many guys just lose their files, and it's just your art, man. You better invest in that if you can afford it, obviously, but. Hey, dankjewel, as we say in Dutch.
Ik dacht dat je daar Buuren had.
Just don't try this at home, kids. I drink way too much coffee during the year mix. I should drink more water. Water is way more healthy. And Ableton's buffering again. Maybe I'll just increase the buffer size. Maybe somebody from Ableton's watching. Do you have to increase your buffer size? It's not. It's 256 samples. Okay, here we go. Starts at 111. I think this transition would sound coolest if we have the instrumental bit in Ben's breakdown. With Ben's kick from the other track. And then just have a release. So the intro, the good thing about Ben Gold's track being so long is that it has several sections where I can fool around with. So I've just grabbed the kick from the intro, and I'm going to put that on the. I just need to smooth out this transition. See, because that's a bit weird. So I'm going to see if a delay works. So I have a stem here that just processes the delay. Let's see if this works. transition as well. I think I'll use the delay for that one. See, so all this track does really is it's actually a little bit too long, so let's lower the feedback just a bit. Sounds better. Okay, so then I have a Marlowe track that is actually in the key of D as well. Or Malo, as they say in Australia. Big shout out to all my fans in Australia. Can't wait to see you guys next year. Coming down. And yeah, always glad to see new music from Marlowe. The guy's been productive for many years. And he's been Santa Claus to me because I think he sent me his stems. Marlowe, yay! He did. Now, I'm not using stems for every single track, guys. I just want you to know that. But if you are looking for an a cappella, and it is from the world of trance music, your boy is likely to have it. So here we go again. Oh, neatly organized. Now I've already done my homework. I know this track is in D minor and I know it's 136 BPM. So Ableton is trying to make, he's trying to make something of this and he tells me it's 141.48 BPM. Ah, come on, Ableton. It's 136. And I started at bar 1. Make sure that's the very last one because I don't have anything to reference it to. Now I just need to know exactly when Roxanne's voice is coming in. It's a little louder. Waiting for someone to save me. And now I'm haunted by the night. Where are you now? 'Cause you always were the light. I'm falling down. Armin, can you tell me if you're going to release the Feel Again show on DVD? Ask my management. I want to, but apparently it's still on some hard drive somewhere. I don't get why Ableton struggles with BPM detection. Well, I actually do. I'm pretty sure the guys did everything to make, and it is pretty good. But you want to make sure with every track that you warp that you always put the first and the last kick on the grid. And then you press save here, this little button here, save it, and then you don't ever have to do that again. So always make sure you do that because for some reason it always drifts a little bit, and you only have to do this once, And now I know that this a cappella is completely in sync. So now I have to listen to this track and see what it's about and, what section I'm going to highlight for the year mix. Because obviously this track is 6 minutes or something. How long is it? Yeah, it's pretty long. And I can only use a minute. So I just have to see what the highlight is. Ooh, beautiful. My guess is this goes over the D minor of Ben's track. So let's see what it sounds like. Okay. Now we could use some transition effects. Let's see if I have a nice... Whoa, really loud, man. I don't know, something like that maybe. Reverse clips. Slowly up the BPM, guys. I think we can get away with 132. Let's try it. D, or in D minor at 132 BPM. So I could go, I'm looking for a track that's sort of a similar vibe. It sounds like it's major. No, it's minor. Okay. 136. Great track by Kieran McCauley, and it is major. It's a major. So we could actually go to that track. Let's see how that would transition if I would decide to do such a thing. So that would be track 59 in the year mix, and we're only at 56 minutes. Oops. Can go to A major. I think I'd rather do this track in between, sort of to smooth out the transition. Let me. Armin, what would you do if your program crashed in the middle of your work? Do you have anything to present? Yeah, well, like I said, I'm saving my year mix in with numbers. So now I'm going to save it as version 36. I usually end up somewhere between 60 or 100 different versions. And I just make sure that if I make a mistake, I press delete, I deleted an entire lane or something, I can easily go back to one of the previous versions. So now I'm version 36. And like I said, saving everything into the cloud. So it's in Dropbox right now. And I have Time Machine running as well, which goes to my server. And I have a new Mac laptop. I'm actually working on the Apple M1 Max, 8 terabyte SSD. It's running smooth. You know, the laptop's actually there. It's in the machine thing, and it's not actually near this thing. So yeah, that makes sure that that everything's working. What has been the hardest transition you've made this year mix so far? Interesting. Well, I'm sure you guys want to hear some more of the earlier transitions, right? Let's see if there's a cool section that I can give you guys. So far, I haven't really run into any big problems yet. Well, one thing was hard, which was that the feel again was 120 BPM. So I actually rendered that again, but then this time at 126. That's the luxury if you actually have if you've made the track. I don't know what Ableton's doing, but I guess it's buffering again. Here you go. I had the rhythm of the night going with Offshore. Yeah, that was quite an interesting one to do, because I had to render it again at 126, but actually doesn't sound that bad. So, but if you excuse me, I'm gonna continue with the actual mix. I was here at track. I was gonna make a transition to. We're going to transition to a different key. And I actually like that section in Orient's track, which could help me to have a smooth transition to A minor. The only downside is that this is 133 A minor, and the other one is 136 D minor. So let's see if I can squeeze my way in that. Like, remember, I don't want to use anything other than repitch in Ableton. That could be a cool section to help me go from. See, now if I get rid of the. Maybe I need to go down a little bit on the BPM, just 2 BPM, and then see if I can have that borderline from the acapella, the last bit of Roxanne's voice. I don't know if that works. Just. And all the while, I still have this percussion from Giuseppe's track running. It's just a loop, really, but it's running through several different tracks, as you can see. So we go from Marlowe to Orion, 133, and then maybe to Robert's track. Robert Nixon did an amazing track this year called Rocket Surgery, and it's almost the same BPM as Orion's track. One of those guys posting, "Hey Armin, we're looking forward to ASOT in Utrecht. Any surprises we could expect? And when will you announce the lineup?" Well, as I said before, lineup's coming soon. I know it's a bit of a tedious answer because I like to just say everything out loud, but we need to make sure we have the contracts signed. You know, there's a lot of business stuff that needs to be arranged before we can announce the lineup. But the good news is it's sold out and it's going to be a great party, but that doesn't mean we're going to have anything of a less of a lineup now that we're sold out. In fact, I think we should give back. So yeah, expect some new names. Expect some surprises on the main stage, and of course some of your favorite DJs. But yeah, it's going to be. It's always a big hassle. I'm not trying to get too involved in because it's all management and stuff, and I like to focus on the music if I can. Here we go, track 60. See if I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah, I am actually. I have one of my favorite tracks of the year, D72 Switch Play. Well, I'm just thinking out loud right now. I'll tell you what I think. It's 132 A minor, and I'm in A minor right now because the Orion track is 133 A minor. But I could also save it till, because I like it when it sounds how it sounds when it's pitched up. So if I'm in A sharp, along this section, it could also sound really cool pitched up. No, let me just see if I can make an interesting transition between Robert Nixon and the D72 track. I'm just going to import both and then just see where I go. I know this is going to sound well with the Orjan Nielsen track. Just not sure what section I should take. See, that's the one. I bet they didn't send me stems of that. Did they? No. Dun, dun, dun. And did Robert Nixon send me stems? No. No love from Robert. But I'm giving him love. With my little meter there, and I don't know if you can see it. Oh, actually, I can show you. So here you can see the average loudness. See, I'm trying to keep it at minus 19. So now you see throughout the entire transition, I've kept everything at minus 18. Because because I love this track, so I'm so tempted to up the volume, but I need to give Arjan Rietvink some love and give him enough headroom. So you really want to watch your levels when you're doing mixes like this. is where I'm going to up the BPM a bit. Because Robert Nixon's track is actually 135 and I'm 130 right now. So what happens if I go to 133? So at this particular section, we have 4 tracks running, which is the first one is the loop from Giuseppe Ottaviani's track, which I introduced, I think, 2 hours ago. Remember that loop? It's still running in sync. Then I have the Orjan Nielsen track, The Ascent, which still has the and I've put that on beats mode in 1.8 because I've upped the tempo here. I'm going from 130 to 133, which is quite a bump. Then I have the switch play track, which I'm just coming out of, and I'm transitioning into Robert Nixon's track. Excuse me. Actually, I like the melody so much, I think we have to hear it 3 times. So this is 1, 2, 3. Question? Arjan Rietvink has just joined the Discord chat. He says, thanks for the headroom. I'm always thinking about you, Ariel, mixing here because, you know, I'm trying to keep the levels straight for you. Okay. So now we're at 135 A minor. And now I can easily go into that. See? Oh. Well, Ruben would call this an A train, which means a sequence of a lot of tracks in the same key with the same BPM, which is what we do in a radio show a lot. And again, it's not science, guys. I mean, I really recommend Mixed in Key Live. It's such a great plugin. It just helps you to find out what key your track is in. Oh, that screams for a mashup, don't you think? Let me think. So if we have Chakras updated, I mean, it's a classic song, right? I'm not too fond of all these remixes of classics, to be honest. Not hating them on them either. If there's a few new versions every year, I like it, as long as not the entire State of Trance back catalog gets remixed all the time. But this one, I played a few times in my sets this year, and I really liked it. Maarten de Jong is the man. Further in this mix, I'm definitely going to include that Adam, that track he did. I love that one. But he also did a great job on remixing Chakra's Love Shines Through. And I hope he gave me the love for sending me stems. No! He didn't give me stems. Okay, so how we're going to solve this one? I don't think I have it. I don't think I have it on my server. Let me see. If I have it anywhere, it should be here. Love Shines. No, I have a gazillion remixes, but I don't have the acapella. Have no fear. MV Sep is here. I need to take a toilet break anyway, so I'm going to input it into MV Sep and see if it gives us some love. Not particularly fond of using this, but, you know, for these mixes, I guess it's okay. And then I say I want to use this algorithm. I use this one, and then I'm not a robot. And separate. So now we're going to put it in the washing machine. And out comes the artificial intelligent created stems, which is, it still blows my mind. Oh, it tells me there's 20 tracks in the queue, which gives me a perfect time to get some water, some fruit maybe, and pee break. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. So big shout out to everybody on Discord and Twitch and everybody on YouTube. Hope you're enjoying this. Still waiting for that track to be separated, so I can take some questions. Let me see. I'm not a bot. No. Okay. Hey Armin, are you going to include some Amin Salmeh song in the year mix? I've heard he has a few releases played. Well, if it's not in the standing so far of the State of Trance year mix voting, then I'm sorry, no. New Rising Star, I wish. I'm sorry is actually not included in the year mix. I'm sorry, because it wasn't. So it's my own track, see, and I haven't included it because it wasn't in the top 100. So there you go. We have a half hour more of this live stream. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them. You have any plans for a gig in India? No. I was there in December. I had a lot of fun at Sunburn. Are the nerds still... What? Is dance music becoming less nerdy? I don't know. What kind of coffee do you drink? Don't know. Ask my wife. Who's the biggest influence composer? Any Eastern musicians on your radar? Oh yeah, many. Tomita, Isao Tomita, I remember him. What's all the stuff in the background? Can you tell us about your devices? Well, some synths. Not a lot of gear actually. I got rid of most of it. I'm actually only gear that I actually use is here. But I think all these instruments you see have been used in my tracks, but mostly I'm using plugins right now. Will there be a volume 15 of the State of Trance Classics? Why not? I think so. Do you try Isotope RX? It can rip the stems for you, which will save you hours. Yes, I'm using that. I have RX10. I have it. I find MV7 doing its job better. You know. Here's RX10. Maybe I should use it, but for now, it's just easier, I guess. But it just blows my mind how artificial intelligence can now help you get stems of tracks. It's just that was something that is just abracadabra to me. Dance music is not nerdy. I'm saying, who cares? It's great for nerds and for non-nerds. Are the Mackeys HR824 still your main monitors? No, they're my near fields for mixing. I'm actually using them a lot on the year mix as well to see if the balance between the vocals and the rest of the mix. Any collaboration with Fred again? Hell yeah, I'd love to. We still want to hear the intro of the year mix. Spoiler alert. You're not getting that yet. Pretty soon. When will Armin's All Access start working? I don't know. Really soon. Why did I stop vlogging? Because I'm not touring every weekend anymore. So yeah, I'm still thinking about it. Obviously it stopped because of COVID. Just haven't really got around doing it again. Will we ever do a new episode of the pub quiz? I don't know. Any more production streams in the future? Well, actually, why not? Why are there so many different colors on your keyboard?
Well, this is actually a Logic keyboard. You can buy them somewhere online, and it's pretty handy because it has all the Logic Pro shortcuts. But obviously, I'm not using them right now because I'm in Ableton, so maybe I should get an Ableton one. It's just you can see that I've been using this a lot. It's not really clean, to be honest. Will the I'm Sorry clip mix see release? I thought that was released. I think. Yeah. So, and look, ladies and gentlemen, the separation of the chakra has been done. So I'm always downloading the drums and the bass. Now vocals it does in 2 tastes. I'm not actually sure if I'm going to use it in this spot, but we'll see. Stems. MV SEP. It's still working on the downloads, I think. There we go. I need the top downloads. Okay. Paste. There we go.
We will we will remember. There are nights we.
I can't believe it. It just extracted the acapella from the song. Blows my mind. And Ableton says it's 141. It's not. It's 136. Oh, Logic has decided to buffer again. time. One more time. The love shines through. Nope. Okay, and now I think we have time for Kieran McCauley. Yay, I passed the 60-minute mark. I'm halfway, officially. Thanks, guys, for keeping me company. Normally, I would do this on my own, but yeah, it's super cool to read all your comments. And yeah, really happy about everything you guys are telling me. What's all that? Come on, guys. Quit with the pictures. Armin, which festival have you most enjoyed performing so far? I don't have to pick one. It's like asking for my favorite dinner, you know? I really enjoyed Beats for Love, though, this year in, what was it, Czech Republic? That was really great. And obviously Ultra and Tomorrowland, I mean. What's your opinion about a proper revival of Armada Captivating, bringing back the 2016-2017 Big Room Trance sound? Well, I guess we're still releasing that. I don't know. Have you thought about collaborating with Oliver Heldens? Yes, why not? You know, for me, any collaboration with anyone, whether it's Jean-Michel Jarre or, I don't know, David Guetta or Martin Garrix or whoever, at the end of the day, it always depends on how good the tune is, right? So you can work with the biggest or the smallest artist on the planet. If the song isn't good, it doesn't make sense, you know? So, yeah, I'm always down to collaborate, even with you guys. You know, if somebody has a good idea, I don't care if you're like, I don't know, King Charles III or who else. You know what I mean? It's always about the music. I don't think it should be about the name dropping. I mean, of course, it's great to work with, you know, David Guetta or a big name. But if the song is not good, it's never going to work. I try to explain this to everybody. But it's a matter of name dropping. I think we should always focus on the quality of the music, right? Rather than the quality of the names. I think I need the stems for this one. And I know Kieran has told me on email that he was going to send it to me, but he hasn't. Because I think he's actually in Amsterdam. I think he's doing something for ASOT soon. So sorry, Kieran. I'm going to deconstruct your file using this one again. I mean, I can use the RX, right? But I'm using this one for now. with this breakdown. I think it's actually cool to have a section where there's a vocal going. I'm trying to find a kick drum that's similar to Kieran's, because there's a, you know, I can cut it. Typical trance kick. I'm just using my library of kick drums. Doesn't have to be the same one. That one sounds similar. There we go. So, just want to make sure that the so I want to have the kick drum running, so we don't lose the lose the kick, which is kind of the theme of the year mix. I know the breakdown is beautiful, but I want the kick just to keep running and not stop. Normally, what I could use, actually use MV-Sep, and it's already probably in there. But for this one, I actually like it so much. I'm just gonna have a soft kick drum running in the breakdown. Let's see if that works. What if we create a new automation line and just filter out the highs of that kick? Yes. Okay, guys, last 5 minutes. Reverse. Yes. So, guys, that's almost it for the live stream. Thank you so much for watching. I'll take a few more questions and then I'll play you the bit that I've just created. And the rest you'll have to wait until the release for the official State of Trance year mix. So, let's see if I get some questions here in my Discord. Let me see. Thank you so much. When is On and On being released? Hopefully early next year. Collaboration with Brian Carney. Yes, why not? What's my most used emoji? That's cheesy, but it's the heart, I think. See you in Miami. Yes, can't wait for that. How much do you spend on technical devices? Well, I'm always buying my laptops twice, so that's expensive because I want to have a backup. So it's not only the laptop itself, you know. I need to make sure that I have one. Yeah, see you at 808 Festival. Can't wait for that, guys. Universal Religion, maybe. And yeah, thank you. So let me play you the bits that we've constructed so far. And yeah, hope you will enjoy the mix. So I'm going to play you the section from minute 43, just 5 minutes from there.
Tell you to say
million things I want to fix, but I'm going to do that in the next couple of days. So once again, big shout out to the moderator team of Discord. A big shout out to everybody on Twitch, on YouTube, and of course, everybody on my Discord page. Keep watching A State of Trance. This Thursday, we're live again from Amsterdam. This year mix will be broadcasted at the end of the year and will be released as well when I'm happy with it. So thanks again for watching, guys. Really means a lot. Hope this was helpful and hope you enjoyed it. Maybe we'll do it again sometime soon. Thank you so much, guys. Take care.